All right, everybody, I am back. New thumbnail, figured that out. Please join the chat as you see fit, and we'll see how many people show up today. This is going to be a live feed on basically showing you what I do when I film my part work kits. Hi, Bill. Thanks for joining in. Good to see you in the chat. And if you're able, just leave this running in the background while you do your things, while you build your models or drink your cup of coffee or whatever. Remember to hit the like button, everybody. Lots of plans here in the future. So this is an IRL for building the Agora models LaFerrari. So you're going to see this from start to finish. The only thing I've done off camera is set up the parts I've completed from pack 1 for the kit to take a photograph for the thumbnail. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it. And if y'all have any questions, here in a little bit I'll be able to look at the chat. My phone is going to be where I can't see the chat, so I'm going to use another device to look at the chat. Okay, so here I'll show you what I look like here. Here we go. I plan to have more of these here in the future, and I'm in my old studio right now. I'm kind of tearing it apart, building the other one. I'm still got to get all the electronics set up, and when in future IRLs, I'll have more than one camera angle, so you'll be able to see the bench a little bit better and see other things. So there you go. Let's turn this around. A lot of people complain they don't know what I look like in my videos. That will change. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and set this up so you can kind of see. Zoom in just a little bit here. That should be good. All right, so we'll wait for a lot of other people to come in, and I'll go ahead and put these parts away because I will be utilizing these as I build along, but I need to get them off the bench. So I'll move some of these items out of the way. These are all the screws that come with the whole kit. There may be another bag later on, I don't know, but these are all the screws so far. I normally wrap these parts up to protect them while it's in storage, but since I'm going to be utilizing them during this build, I'm not going to wrap them up. I'm going to put them off on the side with the spare parts that I have. Intake manifold, or actually the valve cover. It's very nice. I'll put the okay. All right, so here's pack 2 that I'll be starting here real soon. Let me see if I can see my live stream here. Usually it takes a while for it to show up. Really weird here. I don't know why it doesn't show up right away for me, but it will eventually. So I can see the chat. I'll go ahead and get everything ready here while I'm waiting for it to kind of show up on the feed here. So the kit itself does not come with a magazine and the instructions. So what you have to do is you have to download the instructions off the Agora Models website, agoramodels.com. And actually, they sent me the entire kit here. So I'll be working on pack 2, and I'll explain all the parts as I get them out here. All the parts packs are wrapped individually and separated very nicely, I might say. And so, move this box out of the way. And let's count it up. So there's 8 part packs for pack 2. So I'll be doing 8 part packs in this case. Let's see if I can see it now. Make sure I'm still streaming. Yes, I am. So I can't, if you're commenting in the chat, I can't see it right now. And it's going to show up. This happens all the time, and I don't know why. I don't know what I can do to find it easier. I go to my own channel, to my videos, go to live. I can go to video, and I can go to live, refresh it. It's just not showing up on my device, on my other phone. Let's see here. And I did 2 other lives and getting pretty good response on those. Did one last Sunday after I was feeling better. I was sick for about a week and a half with the flu. Something that was going around. My wife never got it. Maybe I got it from my wife. I don't know. And thank goodness my mom never got it. But I stayed away from her, which is hard to do sometimes because I have to help her out with her daily things. A lot of times she doesn't need help during the day, and so she understands when I can't go over there if I'm sick or something. So, but come on. All right. But I hope everybody's having a good day. And if you're just joining me, this is Scale Model Kit Review Studio. This is Steve. This is an IRL. I will be doing from start to finish the Pack 2 of the Agora Models LaFerrari build. There's 8 packs, or 8 stages. that I'll be assembling live, and you'll get to see what that looks like. And give a little shout out to some folks here. Definitely shout out to Gilbert and Jerry Frady. Gilbert Mondragon and Jerry Frady on their channels. They did some live paint-ups for Halloween. They did the London After Midnight figure, and I wasn't able to join that. I was sick. But that's fantastic there. And also shout out to Model Club TV. Always enjoy watching their bi-monthly shows, and their last one was live. That was a lot of fun watching that. So shout out to those guys. Model Club TV, if you don't know about them, just search for them on YouTube. They also have a presence on Facebook. So don't know why my device is not showing it. My phone. I'm going to go out. Come back in. Let's see what my studio is doing. So my studio should show it, but it doesn't. All right, nothing yet. All right, so I'll search. Maybe that's the way to do it. There it is. Oh, okay. So I need to remember that. Do a search for my title, and it finds it. Okay. There it is. Okay. So I need to remember. All right. So let's see who's here in the chat. John Poole, how you doing? Glad you joined me. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and get things ready to start my video for this. And put some of these parts away. do that, and then open up the file. This is a very old iPad here, but it does what I needed to do, which is give me access to the build instructions. Here we go. Okay. Clean the dust off the screen. Good to go. And okay, so I don't know if you can see that or not. So I'm just going to write down what each stage is so that way I can introduce it on the video. And so stage 9 is the right valve cover. Stage 10 is the front air intakes. There's a lot involved when I film these. I spend several hours for each video filming and editing. Stage 11 is the bonnet hydraulic struts, or what we call the hood hydraulic struts. But usually that's what it's titled, but there's other things involved. Well, they actually send you the parts for the next stage. So when I get the pack for stage 11, which was the hood hydraulic struts, they actually gave me the parts for the wheel and tire for the next stage. So the next stage, stage 11, is the front left tire. Or stage 12, I'm sorry. Hey, Bill. Oh, this is a 1/8 scale. Most of your part work kits from Agora Models, Fan Home, D'Agostini, there's a few others. They're car They're metal and plastic cars, 1/8 scale. However, I'm doing a Mustang from DeAugustini. It's 1/6 scale. It's even larger. Okay, so stage 13 is the passenger seat. Stage 14 is the dashboard. Stage 15 are the sports controls. Not sure what that means. I think it's the steering wheel and yeah, the gear changing paddles, steering column, instrument panel. Very cool. That's the sport controls. And I think the last one is 16 for this. Yeah, for this pack. 8 stages for pack 2. The internal structures. That's cool. So that's front bulkhead, floor mats, safety belts, gearbox management control panel, okay, so I got that down for my notes, and ready to go to start building in that case. Now what I've done with my iPad is I turned off the screen lock, so it will always stay on. It won't shut off and I have to re-log in every time, so it will stay visible for me while I build, and makes it handy. And like I said, you can download these instructions from Agora Models website. They are readily available for anyone to download. You may have to subscribe, but I'm not sure. I think they are actually there. Okay. And so the next thing I'm going to do is turn on my camera from above. There we go. It's on. Bring over my box, do an intro here. I also do a small intro before everything starts off. And go ahead and film that now. Welcome back to the studio, and see, there you go. So I'm not really happy with what I said, so I have to start over again. So you guys get to see everything that I do here, the mistakes I make and all that. Welcome back to Scale Model Kit Review Studio, and welcome back to another fantastic build of the Agora Models LaFerrari. Now, I'll be working on pack number 2. Fantastic here. And for pack number 2, there are a total of 8 stages. Stage 9 through 16. All right, so I'll go ahead and show you those stages. Everything lined up on the camera here. Looks like I can fit like 4 of the stages, and I have to move some of the lights to do away with the glare. That might be all right. Okay. The first 4 stages are 9 through 12. Number 9 is the right valve cover. Number 10 is the front air intakes. Number 11 is the left front tire and wheel. That's 11 and 12. Stage 13 is the passenger seat. Stage 14 is the dashboard. A lot going on there. Stage 15 are the sport controls, which is the steering wheel, dash, and stage 16, internal structures. Okay, if you haven't done so already, head over to Agora Models and subscribe to this today. You can actually either subscribe to it or you can buy the complete kit from them. You can get all the kit all at once, which is fantastic there. That way you can build it at your pace and when you want to. It's a lot of fun so far. I'm really enjoying this. So like I said, head over to Agora Models. I'll put a direct link in the description below. Let's go ahead and get started with stage 9. Okay, so I can go ahead and turn on some of the lights. And like I said, all this is gonna be moved to my new studio, and for the IRL that I'm doing now for you guys see everything live. I'll have different camera angles available over there. I'll be able to switch back and forth to different cameras for that. Okay, so get the parts out here. Focus in on the parts pack. So I like to show what the part packs look like in my videos, so that way you know as a consumer what you should be receiving each pack in the mail. In case it's missing, you could go ahead and go to my channel, take a snapshot of it, send it to Agora Model, say, hey, this is missing. You know, if you wanted to. You really don't need to in most cases, but it doesn't hurt. But there you go. So I'm going to look at the instructions and see if I need to bring the other part over. Doesn't look like I need to. Yeah, I do. So bring over the other valve cover. So I'll have that handy for this. Okay. And welcome back. Remember, for the instructions, you'll have to go to Agora Models website and download their instructions. They are very thorough, very nicely illustrated, step by step there. Focus, focus. There we go. And here's the parts for pack 9. This would be the right valve cover parts. Let's get a closer look. So at this stage, this is where I'll cut open the parts and lay them out. So that way you have a visual on what all the parts you'll receive with this pack, with this stage. And you can see everything is separate here, separately packed. And I'll lay them out and I'll zoom in on them for my next shot for the video. So they give us a lot of Ziploc bags here. Very nice bags, actually. Be worth saving those. So this is, there's a lot involved when you film these. At least for me, I don't like to show this process on my videos, on my finished product for the video that I'll upload a little bit later today after I edit. Editing could take over 2 hours. All right. So I'll save these bags. They're handy for other things. When you're a modeler, you have a tendency to save stuff like this. My OCD kicking in, right? So I'll put those aside. And get my screwdrivers ready. I use the Wera screwdrivers, and if you look at my other build videos, I put a link to these, but I like using the PHO screwdriver most of the time. It's the medium-sized screwdriver, and then the PH1 is larger, and that really gives me a better bite on the parts. Okay, so let me lay these out. Lots of chrome pieces here, and they're all numbered. Zoom in. And this is one take with my camera from above, and after I do this, I will shut off the video and move from there. So these parts are head cover screws, and they're screws type A, type B, type C, D, and E. Okay. So different types of screws here. And they show it in a picture. They number them. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so these 3 here are the same, these 2 are the same, and these 2 are the same, along with the valve cover, or the head as we call it. Well, they look the same. Hang on. No, these aren't the same. All right, so let me go here. It's 2, and 3 is this. Okay, and 4 is that. And 5, where's 5 at? 5 and 6. Okay. All right, let me zoom in a little more up above. get everything in camera. And that way I can point out what's what here. All right, here's a close-up of those parts, and here's our valve cover, our head for the engine. That would be the right-hand side. And then we have all these parts here. They are called head cover screws. So we have head cover screws type A. That's these 3 trees. Head cover screws type B. That's this small tree here. Head cover screws type C. That's this one right here. Type D right there, and type E right there. Okay, so I just turned off the camera, and I'll go ahead and prep to build. Okay. And I have glue available for this. I use both the Tamiya Extra Thin or the Tamiya ABS glue for this. I don't like using super glue. A lot of people like using it. I just haven't had luck with super glue. Through time, it has a tendency to crack, and your parts will fall off. So that's why I kind of shy away from the super glue. Super glue is great for holding stuff in place, but what you'll want to do is apply the real glue here that melts the plastic and holds it permanently, if you want it permanent. If you don't want it permanent, then go ahead and use the super glue, because you can throw the part in the freezer and that will help you break the part loose. All right, so we're going to take this valve cover, the first step there, and we're going to take the parts from the previous pack. Okay, so we have these plug caps, they call them, that are going to go on the part we received in this stage. So that's these plug caps and the gasket that we received in the previous stage from pack 1. Okay, so that's step 1, is they're going to be installing those. All right. Oh, for step 1 for pack 9, we're actually going to grab our valve cover from this pack, which is this right-hand valve cover, and we're going to take the plug caps that we received in pack 1, these were the extra ones, and we're going to install those on this along with the gasket from the previous pack. Now, I don't like to take you through the entire steps with this because it's pretty self-explanatory how you do this. They have them numbered, at least they did last time. This time, they're not numbered in the instructions, but I believe they're all the same. Yeah, they're all the same. Okay, so the instructions don't number them like they did before. So before, they explained that you want to cut out number 2, 3, 4, and 5 to install on the other valve cover. Okay, but this time they don't do that. So I think they are all the same. It's really not going to matter. Okay. And I'll put this gasket on last. Go ahead and cut these off. We only need 4 of them. Just checking one more time. And I'm looking at the illustration on the instructions of the other side. Okay. And looks like I didn't install them correctly. Let's see here. All right. So it takes a little, you want to get things right, especially with these. And you want it to match the illustration. There we go. Okay, so that's correct there. All right. All right, so before I begin to do a little correction from pack 1, I had the plug cover installed right here on this part, and according to the illustration, it shouldn't be installed there right now. I moved it over to this point right here, and that's how it should look. So we'll put that aside, and we'll work on this one next. We'll put the plug covers on that, and it will be similar. It'd be these 4 running down here. Okay. If you haven't joined the chat, please join the chat. And this is going to take a little bit of time because there's all these tiny bolts that have to get installed after I do these. So I'm going to, these are all the same that I can tell. Hang on. Yeah, they're all the same. So I'm going to cut 4 off. And like I said, I don't film this typically, because if I did, the video would be so long no one would want to watch it. So, and it's not difficult to do this part at your leisure, right? Sitting at the bench, having fun, building a model. Okay, so, and these don't need to be glued. and there's a detent that they go down into, just like that. Oops, see, I did it again. It doesn't go there. It goes on the other one. This one stays off for now. There we go. Give a closer view with my camera from above. And here's the plug covers installed. This point right here, note how they're not exactly pointed in the same direction, especially this one here on the end. Now we'll go ahead and put on the valve cover gasket. Now it only goes on one way. You'll note that there's this flange right here, corresponds with that little flange right there on top, so when you lay it down, everything should line up. Okay. Just like that. So we have both valve covers ready to go. Now we're going to install the bolts, the chrome bolts that go around the edges here. You can see all the holes for those. All right. So I got both of them laid out here, and once again, I'm not gonna film it. I'm gonna do it and then show you what I did in the video. So I'll work on this one first. Yeah, this one. Okay. So this is 2. I think. So I need to lay these out. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. And what's nice about my iPad, I can zoom in, get a better view of these. So they're going to put number 3s. That's this right here. I'll film that. First thing I'll do is I'll install these bolts onto the valve cover, and they want us to do the number 3 parts. So number 3 actually goes right there and right there, those 2 spots. So with this, you're going to want to use a really good set of sprue cutters, and be careful you don't cut off the nub that gets inserted. Okay. So I'm not sure yet if I'll need to use glue for these. I wouldn't recommend tweezers because you could lose the parts. Get them lined up like I did. I got it inserted in there, and then I'll use the tweezer to kind of put it down. There we go. So that's how that looks there. And I like to show you how this is done. So I'll go ahead and film that, because people might want to use tweezers for this, and God forbid if you do, because that little part flies off, you may not have a spare one. Sometimes they don't give you a spare. Okay, so when installing these bolts, I wouldn't recommend using tweezers to initially engage it. use your fingers so you have control and put it down where it needs to go. It really doesn't need glue. And then you can take your tweezer and push it down. Okay, and it's down a little bit there. There we go. So that looks good. You can always later on put some super glue on this on the back side or some regular glue. If you're going to do regular glue, you're going to have to strip the chrome off. But that's how that looks. So that's part number 3 bolts. And we'll do bolt number 6 right there. So I'll put them all in and then I'll show what I did. So this is 6 right here. Very tiny. And I might need to use tweezers for this, but be very careful. Go. So that one was just being very careful that I didn't slip out of the tweezer and disappear. That looks good. And it looks like they turn this around. They show a view on the other side like that. And we'll put well, they don't. It's the other side. Okay, so this side is done like that. Then we'll take the other one and put in three and 3 and 6. And number 6 bolt was installed right there. And just trying to decipher here, this other 6 bolt doesn't go in the same location on the other valve cover. And you would think it would. let me look at the picture at the end, because maybe the instructions are a little bit confusing. Yeah. Okay, so what I think I'll do is I'll install the number 2 bolts. Okay. Yeah. So I want to get this right and skip down to a further step where all the number 2 bolts are, and that's before I put that 6 in. That's all these right here. Okay. So before I move on, I'll explain that on the video. So before I move on, I'm a little confused on where number 6 bolt and the number 3 bolts go to. So there's good illustrations that show where the number 2 bolts go. Now remember, the number 2 bolts, that's all these. There's a bunch of them. So I'm going to go ahead and install the number 2 bolts where they show them, and then we'll have open areas for where the other bolts go, if that makes sense. Okay. All right, so just stand by with me because I am. Hi, Mike. How you doing? Just doing an IRL here in case you're just joining me. This is a live IRL on building from start to finish, pack 2 of the LaFerrari, and just kind of show you what I do while I film the video, because I'll be posting a separate video. So now I'm working on the valve covers, and I'm putting in these bolts number 2s, and they're very fine. One way of doing this so you don't lose them is leave them on the tree, line it up to where you want it, and then press them down and cut them off. Okay, so that's one way of doing it without losing them. So I wouldn't cut them off right away. I'm going to go ahead and film that. So here's a little trick that I use when I install these very tiny parts that are on the tree. So in this case, so I don't lose the part, you want to take and just, if you have the room to do it, you take the part and you line it up where you want it. You press it down, and then you cut it off. And it may not allow me to do that because just the way it's the tab for it is in the way. Okay, which is a shame because that would be the best way to do it. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that will work. Okay, so I'm going to refilm that. All right. Okay, so all right, so to install the number 2 bolts, these are very tiny, and if you cut them off, you could lose them. So a good way of doing this without losing them is install them while they're still on the tree. So in this case, I can do that. It allows me to. I can press it in place while it's on the tree. And there's a closer look. And now I can cut it off. And I won't lose it. There you go. So I'll do all the bolts like that. All right. So that works great. Now I'm confident I won't lose any of these bolts. They are tiny and I really don't want to use tweezers to do this step. So I'll just follow the instructions here. Now I'm going to do it all and then I'll come back and film it and show what I did. If I didn't do it that way, yeah. So when I got my new phone, I kept my old phone because there was really nothing wrong with my old phone. So keeping my old phone allows me to do live streams like this with the old phone. And then I can have my new phone over here and I can watch the stream and watch the chats. So that's how that works. And then the iPad over here, it's a very old one, but it's great for bringing up the instructions. I have 2 other iPads, 2 newer ones. One I bought for my drone, and then I bought another one recently to stream in, to bring live TV channels onto any TV or YouTube or whatever, onto any TV, because I can stream all the TV channels. I have Xfinity, and if I can do that on my iPad, and I can put it on another TV that doesn't have a cable hooked up to it. So the instructions show these highlighted in red, the bolts. So I'm going to put them in all the areas where it says to. And to make it easier for myself, I'll cut off the ones I just did, the tree area, so I can access that area easier. So this is just time consuming, this stuff is. Yep. So that's what it is. This is phones, iPads, cams, and I'll have the cams set up in my new studio. So I'm not using any cams right now. I'm just using 2 iPhones. You know, I'm a fan of the iPhone. A lot of people aren't. People use the Android. And I started off 2005 is when I got my first phone. I didn't have one before that. So when I retired from the Air Force and I got a job as a school teacher, a high school teacher, that's when I got my first phone, and it was an Android. It was the Motorola Android phone. I forget what they call it. But that was a piece of crap. It locked up continually. I always had to, because you could remove the battery and reinstall the battery, I always had to do that with it. And I just got tired of it. And I got so angry with it. See, I didn't want to do that. I cut it off. I broke it. And I didn't have insurance, so that was costly. Well, maybe I'm going to leave that aside because I can't handle that. So I'll go ahead and do this one next. And I have an Apple computer, but I never really liked it, even though graphics and video editing is supposed to be superior on that. But not for me. I'm used to the regular PC for all that. Right? You can't teach an old dog new tricks. That's me. So as you can tell, I'm not in a hurry with this. Get it in place and cut it off. And make sure it's engaged all the way. There we go. It pays to keep a little bit of a nail on your finger for that. Put one up here. It may be hard to do that with this. I can get it. So I already filmed how to do this, so I'm not going to show every one. Just showing one as a demo is enough for this. And then I'll show the completed bit there. But it shows you how detailed this kit is with these tiny bolts. Go. We're expecting some rain today. I haven't looked outside to see if that's actually started. We're supposed to have rain all day today. And getting there. Okay, so I'm just slowly putting on these tiny bolts on the heads, and so I don't lose the bolts off the trees. I showed on my video, just take and insert it first and then cut it off the tree, and you won't lose it that way. Just slowly going around. Okay, so these three here go on. Now one of them might be hard to get started like that. Nope, I was able to do it. So that's good. So I have to hold that one in while I cut it, because it does not want to go. Yeah, that one popped out. Put that aside because okay, good. Yeah, okay. These two. If you're just joining in, please join the chat. Smash the like button. Doing that really helps get my channel out there so people know I'm live right now. It's a great help if you do that. Otherwise, nobody's ever going to know I'm doing this. And please comment. The more comments, the chat would be great. So one more here. There we go. And just, if you would, if you just want to have my channel on in the background while you do your thing, that would be cool. And I got two more to do here on this valve cover. I'm way behind on these because I was sick. And so I need to get caught up. Okay, so that valve cover there is completed. I'll go ahead and film that. All right, so this valve cover here, which in the instructions it shows it from above in the illustration, and I'll show you that here on the video. But you can see where all the number 2 bolts were installed. Okay, along here, right there, there, 3 up here on the ends, and those right there. So we still have some open spots for other bolts, other types of bolts. So I'll put that aside, and I'll go ahead and put the number 2 bolts on this other valve cover. All right, so the video is off, so I can do the other side. This is very time consuming, and continuing on. Got 3 here on the end that need to go in. Hopefully they gave me extras, because 2 of them wasn't able to get installed on the tree. Okay. All right. And that's working so far. Install it while it's on the tree, then cut it off the tree. Because one time I was building that Mobius 18-wheeler truck, and I was installing the mirrors on it, on this one of the side mirrors, and it pinged off. I looked all over the place, and it landed in a box way behind me. Crazy. After I spent, you know, like 3 or 4 hours looking for it. And just by chance I look in that box, and there it is. And go. Yep, see, one just fell out. Gosh dang it. So I may have to glue that one in. All right. See, that's different. Oh, okay. Disregard. Looking at the wrong one now. This one on the instructions shows it kind of like at that angle here. So Okay. So it looks like okay. It's not showing it well, but I get it. And one more there. All right. Yeah, they show a picture too, so which is good. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll screen grab pictures of close-ups of what this looks like along with the video when I edit this. So I'll do my best to show what's happening. Do my best to follow the illustration. Illustration's not that great, so my video should help you out. When I'm done here, I'll explain everything, and you'll see it visually. All these little bolts can be confusing. Yeah. So I hope everybody's having a good day. It's a Wednesday. What? Hump day? Give me some water. Ah. There we go. Yeah. If you're just joining in, please join the chat. Ask any questions you may have. Or just stop over there and say hello. Oh, yuck. So that fell off. off again. Come on. I just don't like using tweezers for this because, like I said, I'll lose the part. It'll fly off. And not good. Get it lined up and then push it down. There we go. Yeah. All right, I had to trim my nail a little bit because it broke. All right, let's see here. Get this lined up. Cut off some of this stuff that's in the way. All right, so it looks like, you look at the pictures themselves. Okay. All right. Continuing with these number 2 bolts. I think I lost it. I thought I cut it. There we go. Okay. And I think there's There's one more involved here. Two more. Yeah, it looks like you're busy, Mike. That's a good thing, I would say. So I think I have all the number 2 bolts installed. And then I can gauge where those other ones go, the number 3s and number 4s. And looks like I have some extra number 2s that I can see. We'll see though. Let me go back and see which ones I skipped. All right, so the number 3s, 2 number 3s go on top. Okay, so I'm going to film this. All right, I put in all the number 2 bolts, and it looks like, what I can tell, I have 4 extra number 2s. But here's what they look like with the number 2s installed. Here's that one. And the other one. Okay. Now on this other one, 2 number 3 bolts are going to go up here by looking at the illustration. And they're already installed on this one. Right there. See, they're longer. Okay. So the number 3s. So you have to cut off the number 3s, but they're easy to hold. They're not that small. It looks like they give me an extra number 3. All right, so here's those number 3 bolts installed. And these are the longer ones. right, so 2 number 4s are going to get installed on this right here. We got one right there and one right there. And then a number 5 will go down here. So I need to figure out which bolt goes right there. All right, so, and these are long enough to hold with my finger and install. All right. So 2 number 4s were installed right there and right there. Now I would do the number 5, and they're long enough to install with my fingers. Number 5 goes down here on the end in the center. Okay. And the number 5 was installed right there. Now I need to see what's missing. Okay, yeah, it's a B bolt, our number 2 bolt. Okay. That I forgot to put in. Okay, all right. All right, so that so that was the number 2 bolt that I forgot to put in, and that went in right there in that empty area. So all the bolts are installed. 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, and 6s. Okay. Now let me complete the other one. Okay, so on the other valve cover, I need to put 2 number 4s, one right there and one right there. Okay. And those number 4s are installed right there and right there. Okay, so number 5 is next. And number 5 is going to go in right here. And that's what that looks like. All right. I'm trying to figure out what bolt goes in there. Is it a number 2? Yeah, it's a number 2. Okay. All right. Okay, so that valve cover is complete with all the bolts. You can see that. Now I'll get this ready for the transition from stage 9 to stage 10. And we have extra bolts here. And I think I'll put those in one of those bags. Ziploc bags, just hold on to them. So they do give you extra bolts in case you lose one. That's good to know. And I'll situate these parts on my bench like they are in the illustration on the instructions for my outro for this. Get the camera ready. And there we go. All right. Okay. Oop, one just fell off. May have to glue it. And that's probably what I'll do. I'll probably shoot some glue on these on the back when I'm done to hold everything in place. Yeah, because that one's not staying. All right. Take some glue here. Okay. All right. And there you go. Both valve covers are complete. And you can see here, very fiddly with these bolts. And like I said, I would recommend you install them if you can while they're still on the tree, and then cut them off. A few of these needed to be glued down, so I did use some extra thin to glue them down. You could also use super glue if you wanted, but that's what they look like. So stage 9 is complete. Let's head over and get started on stage 10. All right, so that completes that. I may take and dab some glue on the back side of all of these. They are chrome, so I don't know if it will really hold, but it's not going to hurt. Super glue would work too. And you can just see some of these go in far and some don't. And I'll just lay that aside so it can dry. Yep, so you gotta be careful with the glue because paint came off on my finger. Hold it in a different spot. So I'm doing this all off camera, but I talk about it. Okay, so it's important to you as a model builder would decide if you want to glue yours down or not. And they tell us to store this away carefully. Store your parts away carefully. And let that dry. A few I missed. All right, so we'll just let those dry off camera. And clean my finger off before I proceed. So yeah, that's that for stage 9. Hope you guys are enjoying the feed, the live IRL. And this bag has holes in it, so I need to tape it. So we don't lose those little bolts that'll go through those holes. A hole on each side. Put those extra bolts, put them away in case I need any for later. never know. So that's that. Now I'm going to take these parts and move them out of the way. We don't really need them. Let them dry. Okay, I am back. The next one, it's number 10. And I need to clean my finger off here real quick. Well, a little bit of lacquer thinner. Okay. Get everything ready here. Front air intakes. So I'll need the front of the car for that. I'm gonna bring the front of the car over. Get my camera on the parts. And here's the parts for stage 10. This would be the front air intake parts. Let's get a closer look at them. Again, these are all individually wrapped, which protects them. So I'll take them out to show them up close on the video. And the rest are plastic bags. Looks like some photo etch here for the grill. Very cool. And the rest are Ziploc baggies. They're very nice. They're like heavy duty bags too. They're nice. Definitely will save them. Hi, Kenneth. From Atlanta, Georgia. Thank you. I appreciate you watching. Just leave it on and have it run in the background if you like. And I appreciate your support. Thanks for joining the chat. Smash the like button if you're able. But this is a start to finish on building the Agora models, LaFerrari. You can go over to their website, agoramodels.com, and purchase this kit for yourself. I did receive it as a whole kit, so I have all the parts on hand. I'm running a little bit behind on this build. I should be on pack number 3 by now, the way I've scheduled it for myself, but I was sick for about a week and a half with the flu, and you guys don't want to hear me with my sinuses messed up while I film, so here I am now. So just kind of shows you what I do while I film. My camera is above, along with the microphone for the camera, and just showing you the process I go through while I film. It takes quite a few hours to do this, and just did pack number 9. That took longer than I thought because of the fiddly dealing with the tiny bolts. But I hope it will help out my viewers on what I did with that. So we have all the mesh screens for the front of the car here. And here's a close-up of those parts. We have the radiator grill frame, which is made of plastic. It's very nice there. And then we have the grills themselves, which are photo etch, painted matte black. Very nice. 3 parts for that. And then we have these air intakes left and right, which are normally for your brake system. Okay, so that's those. All right. And I brought over the front end. We're going to be installing those mesh grills on the back side here. If you plan on laying down your front end on your work surface, I would recommend a towel so you don't scratch up anything. Or if you can just work on it in your hand, that's fine too, so you don't scratch it. But there you go. Okay, so then we'll move on. Do the first part. Step 1 is going to be installing that large grill onto the front here. And looks like it has to be done a certain way. The grill doesn't exactly match the illustration. So I'm going to test fit everything here first. Yeah, okay. All right, so now I can show that on the video. zoom in with my camera and get it going here. All right, the first thing we're going to do is install the mesh grill, the large one on the front. Now note how I have it configured here, how the grill has the cutouts, the tabs sticking out. Those tabs are going to line up on each side here. So simply line it up on each side and insert it down, just like that. There's a close-up on that side and the other side. Now we'll go ahead and put our frame on next. So our frame, we'll press that grill down in place just like that, and we'll put in 3 screws, 1 on top and 2 on each side. Okay, so I need to find out what screws we use for that. Type A screws. All right, so we have a whole bag. The kit came with a bag full of screws, so I need to find the A screws out of this. The A screws. There's the C screws. I saw the B screws. I'm going to keep those kind of separated and look for the A screws. There they are. Alright, so I got the A screws. So remember, I'm doing this all off camera. All this takes time. You'll never see it when I edit the video. So we take and put an A screw on the side, 3 A screws. We don't put the ones in the sides yet until we put on the side meshes and the covers for those, because they'll sandwich together on top of that. But I'll get 3 of those screws out. Now these screws will go into metal, so I will use some oil. So I have some 3-in-1 oil over here ready to go to dip the screw into. So that's handy to have ready to go is your oil. 3-in-1 oil I would recommend. These are a larger screw, so I will be using a larger screwdriver. The Wera number PH1 screwdriver is larger for that and magnetized. I'll dip it in there into the oil. Might be too much oil. And screw that down on top. Just the top one needs it. Start my video. All right, so we need A screws for this, for the top and the sides. The sides will not go down yet until we put the mesh screens in and the vent covers over those. So we'll just do the top one for now. And I used some 3-in-1 oil on that. Okay. Do it until it's tight. Good. And I used a number PH1 screwdriver, the Wera screwdriver for that. Now we'll go ahead and put our meshes down. And you just want to line up your mesh on this. the screen into the same shape that it needs to fit into. And there's some ridges that it goes up against. That looks good there. And then we'll take our vent here and line that up where it needs to line up. Okay. And then we can put in our A screws. We'll have 2 of them on each side. It is marked with a left, and then the other one is an R for a right. So I'll put those screws in, and I'll be right back. So there you go. Everything's going together very well with this. I put a little oil on these screws and sandwiches those 2 together. I need to verify that the other one is also an A screw. Make sure. Look at the instructions here. Okay, hang on. So there's different screws used for this. Okay, so I do have that wrong. So we got an A screw that goes in on the outside, but an E screw that goes in on the inside where the grill frame is. So I need to get some E screws out. And point that out in my video. Interesting. Oh, okay. Hang on. I'm trying to see here. Because an E screw is made for plastic. Okay, yeah. So that's a plastic part right there. So you don't want to use the A screw is made for metal and E screw is made for plastic. Okay. Right, the E screws have larger threads and they're made for plastic. So I'll pull 2 out there and I'll explain it in the video here. And I'll kind of start over with that. Okay, next we'll install the side screens, nose mesh screens, and they'll kind of slide in by the shape, and there's some tabs that kind of hold them in place where they need to be, just like that. And we'll put our intake part marked with an L onto the left side here. Now 2 screws are going to hold that in place. Okay, and just make sure here that I got the right ones in where they need to be. Go. Because they're held in by tabs. There we go. Let's see. And I may have to refilm this. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to refilm it. Okay. Next, we're going to put in the side screens, grills themselves. And you want to make sure you have the right mesh part put in. And the flat part of the mesh, along with the shape, should match up. There's tabs that these line up to, just like that. Okay. You can see that. And then we'll take our intake, goes on top of that. It goes on top of the grill frame and a tab on the outside where a screw goes in. Just like that. Okay. Now, the inner screw goes into plastic. So that's an E screw. It has larger threads. And the outer screw goes into metal, and that's the A screw. So I'll put the A screw in first. And I'll just start it. And then making sure my mesh is still in line, I'll put the E screw in next. E screw goes into plastic. It doesn't need oil. And remember, this cover is marked with an L for the left side. And there we go. E and A. So I should be able to tighten down the A screw. Good. Now you want to be careful with the E screw because it's going into plastic. You don't want to over tighten it and strip it out. So that's how that looks. And you can see the mesh in the video there. Looks good. I'll go ahead and do the other side. Over here, the right side. And I'll be right back. Okay, so I'll just repeat myself on the other side here. Off camera, then I'll just show it. Saves time that way. It doesn't make the video too long. Line everything up the way it needs to be. A screw goes in first here. I'll put a little oil on it. And just get it started. And the E screw goes in without oil because it's going into plastic. Okay, and then I'll go ahead and film it. Okay, so the right side is installed now. I got the A screw on the outside, goes into metal, and the E screw on the inside going into plastic. They are tight. I did use some 3-in-1 oil on the A screw going into metal, no oil on the E screw going into plastic, and I did use the larger PH1 screwdriver by Wera, and you get a better bite on those screws with this larger screwdriver. Okay. So that's all I do for stage 10. So I need to do an outro, go into stage 11. And that completes stage 10. We installed all the grills on the front of the car there. They look great. Let's go ahead and head over and get started on stage 11. All right. So out of 8 stages I want to build in this video for you guys, I'll be on the 3rd one coming up, stage 11. So we need to look at that to see what I need for that. We have the bonnet hydraulic struts, and I don't think we do anything, do we? Yeah. Interesting. 11. So I'm going to put the nose away. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, so like I said, sometimes you get parts for the next, they say bonnet hydraulic struts, but we're actually going to work on and we received those parts, but we're not going to do anything with them, but we're actually going to work on the wheel and tire. All right, so that's how that goes. And here's the parts for stage 11. Stage 11, we received the parts for the hydraulic struts, but we also received, I believe it's the right rear wheel. Okay, so let's get a closer look. And I'll probably just leave those, well, I'll put them back in the bags so we have them for later, because I don't think we do anything with them. I'll take them out. But yeah, we don't do anything with them actually in this stage. So a lot of times you get those parts and you hold on to them for later. And it looks like these are made of metal struts. At least the rod itself sounds like metal. And we need type D screws. So the instructions actually tell you what screws you need. So it looks like we need 2 D screws. So right now they're staying with A, B, C, and D type screws. So let me get those out of the bag. Get that ready. There they are. sometimes we don't even do anything in a stage, but we just get the parts and do what we need to do with that. All right. Here's a close-up of those parts. We received the left wheel. That's this right there. Very nice, nice finish. We have the valve stem on there. And the hubcap with the Ferrari symbol on it. We also received the piston and cylinder for the hood or the bonnet. And we're going to need 2 D-type screws. Yeah, so we will do something. We'll put the wheel aside because we need the tire, which is coming in the next stage. And we're going to install the hood hinge on the hood. So I'm going to bring the hood over. Okay, get the camera ready. All right, so I think we only use one of those screws, but that's okay. Yeah, it's interesting because where does that go? On the inner side. Okay. Right hand side, left hand, left. Yeah, left. Left hand, and there. Okay. All right, I went ahead and retrieved. Okay, I retrieved the hood, and that's this right here. Very nice. We're going to work on the left side here. We're going to install that hinge on the inside here. So this rod itself is going to go down with that D screw. Okay. All right, so we're going to install the D screw on the opposite side, going through it to the rod. Now I put some 3-in-1 oil on this, and we'll screw it down. Now you're going to want to leave it loose a little bit. There we go. And they just want you to take the cylinder and put it through on the cylinder. Okay. So there's really nothing holding that in there. I may put some tape on it to hold it in place. There we go. Just a little bit of Tamiya tape on there, just to hold it in so I don't lose it. And that's all I do with stage 10 or 11. 11. Yeah. And that's all I do with stage 11. Let's head over and get started on stage 12. All right, so let's put these bags away. Really good poly bags. Bring out stage 12. Now, with stage 12, we're going to assemble the wheel and tire together. They recommend that you heat up the tire in hot water, and it will help it fit over better, but I really didn't have to do that the last time, so it's pretty pliable. The rubber is really pliable and really doesn't need to be heated up. Typically, you have to, with these tires that come with these cars, they're so solid and stiff that you have to heat them up in boiling water. And in this case, it's not necessary because the tire is very pliable. So we'll go ahead and get started here. So I'm on stage 12, and the last one we're going to do here is 16. So we have a few more to go. All right. And the view you're going to see with my video is totally different because I have a camera above that I'm filming with. All right. And we're going to go ahead and work on stage 12. Stage 12 is the front left tire. Go ahead and take that out. We'll get a closer look. And here's that tire close up. It's a Pirelli P0 Corsa. And markings are great on this. Very nice. Nice tread pattern. Now what's going to be important here is how we line up the tire to the wheel. What side is on the outside tread pattern and which is on the inside. So I'm going to grab the other tire to see how I did it. Make sure that this says the same thing in the instructions. So they show there's tread pattern here. The larger edge of the tread is going to be on the outside. Let me make sure that I did that with the other tire. Let's see here. Okay, so they show, so it won't be exactly the same because this is up other side of the car, but yeah. Let's see here. Oh, this is the front tire. So much smaller. You can see that. All right. S shape. Okay. That makes sense. All right. So yeah. So there's an S shape pattern with the tire that faces outward on the outer side. And we have that here. Okay. So I'm now set. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and fit the tire on the wheel itself. Now, the instructions say you can go ahead and heat it up in hot water, boiling water. But I don't find that to be necessary with this because this tire is very pliable, very easy to move over. And last time I didn't have to do that. So we need to make sure it's configured correctly on the rim. And you'll note that you'll kind of see what looks like an S pattern with the tread pattern, the S. That needs to be outward on the outside. So make sure I do that. And then I'll insert this through. And I was able to just put it on there. Now, maybe I did heat it up. I don't remember. But it's not an issue. Yeah. Not an issue whatsoever. Recheck myself here. Okay, it's not hard. But if you have problems with arthritis or something, you may want to heat it up to help you along. But and just making sure it's up against the edge on the inner side, and then make sure it's on the edge on the outer. And there we go. Okay, so that looks good there. And we'll just keep the cap safe. And that's all we do with stage 12. Let's head over and do stage 13. Okay, so and I'll just tap this in real quick here. And you can see the size difference between the front tire and the back tire. Big difference. All right. And I'll put these aside. All right, now we'll begin on 13. And I believe I had to use some glue last time I did the other seat. You guys all still with me? Hello from Germany. Guten Abend. I believe it's the evening there. Mario, it's good to see you. I love your channel. Mario Shifts Model Blau. He has a great YouTube channel where he builds so many of these part work kits. So many of them I'd love to have myself. He does a great job with it though. He's done all genres there on his channel, so check it out. If you're German speaking, head over to Mario's channel, and I believe you can go ahead and bring up the closed captioning where it gives you English or French or whatever country you're from to watch Mario's channel and watch him build, but he does a great job there. So we're going to go ahead and begin on stage 13. Stage 13, I'm going to go ahead and work on the passenger seat. Let me take these out, we'll get a closer look. And like I said, I'll cut this out of my video because nobody wants to hear the noise and all the fuss with the blister pack. Get these lined up, get a closer view on my camera from above. Okay. Here's a close-up view of the passenger seat. This is the entire seat, the top of it, and very nice here, very pliable. And the back side of the seat here, the bottom of the seat, and the headrest has the Ferrari symbol on it. All right, so the screws we need are 3 B-types. So actually it's only going to be 2, but we'll get the B-type screws out. Yeah, only 2 B-types. Do the bottom first. Easy peasy. All right, so the first thing we do is we install the bottom of the chair, and should just line right up where we want everything to go. And 2 B-type screws are going to go into this. These screws are larger threads that are designed for plastic. I'm using a larger PH1 Weir screwdriver for this. And I normally cut this part out and show you the completed step in my videos, just to save time. They're tight. And there you go. The 2 B-type screws are installed, the ones that are designed for plastic. That's what that looks like. Next, we'll go ahead and install the backing panel. And that just press fits into place. It should snap in. Go. That's good. And headrest goes in next, making sure that the Ferrari symbol is facing up, and we'll press that in place. Now you may want to glue that in place to help hold everything together, but that's how that looks. Very simple assembly of the passenger seat. That's what it looks like. That completes stage 13. Let's get started on stage 14. So Mario, if you're still here, I appreciate you joining in. I lived in Frankfurt for 4 years while I was in the Air Force. I love Germany. Germany is such a beautiful country, very clean, and I really want to go back to visit. Loved Bavaria, went down to Munich and Berchtesgadens, and of course I traveled around Germany while I was flying on C-130s over there in the Air Force. All right, so we're doing 14 next. That's a big bag. Big bag. And for stage 14, we're going to work on what they call the dashboard. And there's all the parts located inside the bag there. Let me take these out and we'll get a closer look. Yeah, so my first couple years in Germany, I lived in a little village called Epstein-Brenthal, and it was just gorgeous out there. It was in the mountains, the Taunus Mountains, and just wow, what an experience to live out there on the economy. It was probably closer to Wiesbaden than it was to Frankfurt. I had about a half-hour drive into work each day. I had a co-worker I would pick up on the way to work. He lived in, gosh, I should remember it. It's a little suburb of Frankfurt. Yeah, it was a great restaurant in that town too. I can't remember. It'll come to me. I used to pick him up. We carpool. He had a young family. He wanted to leave his car for his wife to use. She was also, and they were both in the Air Force actually. So having just the one car was better for her, for them. I would pick them up, but it was hard to do sometimes because we'd go temporary duty at different times, different places. So it wouldn't be always the case to pick him up. But I absolutely love Germany. Old Mark, who lives in Savannah. Well, no, he lives in Georgia at the Air Force Base down there. What is it? Not Savannah. Oh, Moody. Moody Air Force Base is where he lived. Where he lives now. He retired from Moody. Wow. I love this kit. All right. Get everything set up for the camera above. All right. And here's a close-up of those parts. This would be the cockpit floor. It's made of plastic. Very nice. And we have the dashboard, panel A. And these are all made of plastic. Very cool there. Very detailed dashboard. I'll give you a close-up of those parts here in a second. Another part of the dashboard. And the other part of the dashboard. Very nice. Now, like I said, I'll give you a close-up of those. And then we have lower fascia. And these are covered with like a felt material. They feel like felt, or they're just a rough paint, the gray. Very nice. A close-up of at least these two panels. Got the Italian flag on one of them. Very cool. That one. Okay. Here's a close-up of those panels once again. We have the Italian flag on one of them there. The air conditioning vents, the air vents. Love that. And then the other part of the dashboard. Now this may be upside down, it is. But there you go. Some graphics on there. Very nice. All right, so what do we do here? We need B-type screws. They say 7 screws, but probably only going to use 6 of them. All right. First step here. Trying to figure out what we got here. Okay. Very deceiving here. All right. That and that. Like that. All right. Now I haven't watched any other builds ahead of time. Sometimes I do that just to make sure I'm doing things right. So E-type screws for that. Okay. And these are the dashboard panels, the gray ones. Now they will go together. We're going to be using B-type screws for this. So you turn this over and they simply just go together like that. Okay. And 2 B-type screws will hold that together. If you're just joining me, I'm doing a IRL live build of LaFerrari from Agora Models. It is available as a full kit. Head over to agoramodels.com. Get this for yourself. I'm having a blast building this. It's been a lot of fun so far. And it's an impressive looking car. I've seen quite a few Ferraris when I worked for customs, and we used to get quite a few in, either getting exported or imported in. There we go. And 2 B-type screws were screwed in. Remember, you're going into plastic. Don't overturn it to strip it out. But that's what that looks like there. Looks great. Move on to the next step. All right, next step is these two, it looks like. They'll go together. Very simple. Okay. So I always dry fit ahead of time. Yeah, then the screws go in from the back. Interesting. Because they're not flush. Next, I'm going to fit these 2 dash panels together. The one with the radio and the knobs down below there, the little key switch, and the vents on top. Now, this panel is just going to slide in from the front, both ends, like that, and we're going to slide it down. And then on the back here, we have 2 screws that will go in, 2 B-type screws, one right there and one right there. And like I said, I'm doing this off camera. So I got both screws in now, and I'll film that here in a second. But in the meantime, I'm gonna film where this goes. Like that. Okay. Nice. All right. Next, we're going to install this other lower fascia panel, they call it, and that's simply just going to go down from the back side up against 3 posts, and 3 more B-type screws will hold that all together. A little quicker than the first one with all those bolts to put in, but that's okay. I like to get them all started first and then tighten them all down once they're all started. If you're just joining in, please join the chat. Smash the like button. It helps put my live out there for everybody to see. And comment in the chat or in the comments down below. This is a live IRL for Agora Models La Ferrari. Head over to agoramodels.com and purchase this kit for yourself. You can get the entire kit if you want, like I did. I do plan on doing more of these for you all, but with more camera angles. Right now, I'm not set up for that. I will be in my new studio. Okay. All 3 B-type screws are installed and they're tight. That's what that looks like. The lower fascia is on that. Looking good. And there you go. That completes stage 14. Working on the dash. That's what that looks like. Looks great. Let's head over to stage 15. See what stage 15 gives us. Okay. Nice. All right. Yeah. All right. So let me find 15 parts. Here they are. And here's the parts for stage 15. Stage 15 are the sport controls, which will be the Ferrara. Start over. Here's the parts for stage 15. These are the sport control parts. Now this comprises of the steering wheel, which is inspired by Formula One, and we're going to continue building the dashboard. Let's get a closer look at the parts. You may only see a half-hour video or a 45-minute video, but if you've seen how long it's taken me just to do all this, and I try not to be in a hurry to make sure I have all the parts in the right place. A lot of this stuff I don't show you on camera. I love the steering wheel. We'll get some close-ups of that. I may film those ahead of time, along with the instrument cluster, which is lighted. That's fully assembled already. That's nice. Very nice. And the paddles, shifting paddles. Very cool. And what is that? Number 4. Oh, steering column. Okay, steering column, there we go. Again, I love these bags. Very nice. All right. Zoom in with my camera for this. And I'll film these after. Very nice. Okay. And here's those parts out of the bags. We have our instrument cluster here, very nice. I'll show you close up here in a bit, but we can see we have our LED wire harness going into it already assembled here. So Agora already did that for you. We have our steering column, and then we have our Formula One car inspired steering wheel and the paddle shifters to go along with that. I'll give you some close-ups of that. And there's the instrument panel. Very nice. And the steering wheel. Okay. Now, time to build. What screws do we need? B-type screws again. It says 6. May only use 5. So I'm going to pull out 5 screws. It says 6 in the instructions, but usually there's that extra. All right. Bring these over. We're going to put these dashboard parts together now. Very simple, easy to do. Taking just a little bit of a break here. Camera, my above camera is off. Drink some water. How's everybody doing? If you're just joining my live stream, please subscribe and hit the like button. This is a live IRL on building the LaFerrari by Agora Models. So I'm on pack 15. We have one more pack after this, number 16. And I may go ahead and begin with the SAS Willys Jeep after this. Depends on what you guys want and what you want to see. I can continue on and start that one. What I like to do though is I like to download the video files off my camera onto my computer in the meantime, while that's before I start on the next. That way I format my SD card every time. So after I download the videos off my camera, I'll format that card so I have a clean card to go for the next build that I do. And I find I have no problems losing files, losing video files, doing it that way. I've had that card for quite a while and just been successful at doing that each time. So I do reformat the card every time with the camera itself. But this is what I do. Please join the chat if you're watching. The chat is open, live chat. You can ask any questions. Say hello to the others members here. We have Mario, Kenneth, Mike, Bill, John, all in the chat. Oops. And somehow here we go. Bring that back up. Okay. See how this dry fits together here. Is this from underneath? How does that go? Oh, that's the other one. Okay, this. instrument panel. No? Maybe this way. Yeah, like that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Doesn't show it in the illustration, but I understand now what needs to go. Okay. All right. All right, next we're going to install the instrument panel onto the dash. And you kind of notice that the color here is the same on both. Now we have an opening here, and we have two parts that install on the instrument panel. Now you want to make sure you route your cable, your LED cable, through that, and then you can line up your panel. Flip this over, and that's interesting. Does that need to go through that? It does. Okay. And making sure my wires are out of the way. There we go. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Now you can see that slid in underneath right there, and your wires came through on the other side. So two B-type screws will hold that together. And that was pretty fancy how that all went together there. Pretty cool. Have any of you built this kit? Pretty sure Mario may have built this already. I'm sure he has. I'd love to see his collection. And both B-type screws are in and tight, and that's what that looks like there. Looks good. So there's a lot of dry fitting going on with this. Just to see how everything goes together. Yeah. Wow. Like that. Looks like it. Yep. Three more B screws are used for this. Pretty cool. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and install the dashboard assembly together. And this part here has 3 points on it. And those will line up with the 3 tabs right here. Okay, So you're basically just going to go down on top, and 3 B-type screws will hold that all together. I'll be right back. Yep. Everything's really simple with this build. And the parts are great. Very well detailed. There we go. And you got to make sure the parts are all snapped down in place. Before you put your screws in, so it doesn't look like everything is lined up like it should be. It's because they're not snapped in where they need to be. Oh, we do have a storm. I don't know if you heard the thunder. All right, okay. All the screws are in and tight. All right, all 3 screws are in, they're tight. Make sure that they're snapped in where they need to be on those tabs all the way before you tighten them down. That looks good. And the way you can tell is on the front side, everything should be flush here and look lined up like it's supposed to be. But that looks great there. Fantastic looking dashboard. Now we'll work on the steering wheel next. Let's see here, it says fit the steering column and gear change paddles and the steering wheel onto the dashboard. For now, just push the locking pins into the matching holes as shown. You will secure the parts permanently at a later stage. Okay. Sounds good. So it's kind of a dry fit here. All right. Now we're going to go ahead and basically test fit the steering wheel because we're not going to secure it right now. But we'll go ahead and just do what they say here. Wow. Line up the holes as they should be. There we go. Put our steering column in first, push them together. There we go. Next are the paddles. And you want to have the taller part of the paddle facing up. Yeah, we're getting some good storms here in southern Arizona. We need the rain. Anytime we get rain in the desert, we need it. You can check on the dogs, make sure they're inside that lightning. Okay, thanks, babe. Make sure my dogs are okay. I don't want them out there. They're pretty smart otherwise. So the paddles are in, and steering wheel just kind of goes in. It doesn't lock in place, but there you go. That's how that looks. That completes stage 15. Looks great. And we'll secure the steering wheel and all that a little bit later, but that's what that looks like. Let's head over and start on the final stage for this video, stage 16. Wow. I need to go check this out, so I will be right back. We're getting a big downpour right now. My whole front street in front of my house turns into an arroyo, or drainage ditch, arroyo, and it flows pretty heavy. The rain does. I'll be back. Be back in a second. Wow. All right, I'm gonna bring you guys with me. I'm gonna show you what we're getting right now. This is very interesting. Wow. It's crazy. Crazy storm we got going on here. Go down the stairs.
Oh, yeah, that is working. Yeah, it's really coming down now.
Let's see. Some hail. Crazy. Whew. Yeah, I've never seen it this bad before. It's been a while since we've had something this crazy looking.
Yeah, it's really loud.
Ah, wow. Hey, my dogs are happy. Come on back. And the other one. I got them locked in. That we have backyard there. Everything's flooded out. Wow, you can see the hail accumulation. Wow. What a storm. What a storm. Crazy. Yep. Here. There they are. They're nice and safe inside. There's Luke. And there's Leia. Yeah. How you guys doing, huh? Okay. All right. Be good. Yeah. They're pretty good. Super excited. All right. All right. Move on here. All right. Get back to the video. All right. So there you go. You got a little tour of what's going on here. Crazy storm. We don't get storms like that very often in Arizona down here. Very cool. All right. Get some of this stuff cleared out of the way. All right. So this is going to be the last stage for pack 2, stage 16. And we've done a lot so far with this. Looking good. But like I said, start to finish here. You guys have anything in the chat? What do you think of the storm I just had? Crazy. All right. And please excuse the noise in the background. We're having a massive thunderstorm today. Lots of rain and some small hail mixed in with it. And there you go for, I think it's November 19th today. So we are looking at parts here for stage 16, the final stage for this video. And let me take these out and give you a closer look. All right. And I've been live streaming this video, and of course the live stream will be available in my tab up above for live videos. You can find it there. I'll put a link to it if you missed the live stream. Lots going on today with this build, but it kind of shows you from start to finish on what I do for these videos. You may only see a half-hour video, but really, in all actuality, it probably took me about 4 hours just to do this video. So you can watch that on my live stream. I'll put a link down below for that. And once again, head over to agoramodels.com to subscribe to this LaFerrari. It's fantastic. I'm having a blast building this. All right, so let me take these out of the packages. I'll be back. Yeah, so I normally don't show all this on camera, off camera. Everything is carefully packaged up separately. Makes it nice. And the rest. Heavy duty Ziploc bags. Great. If you're just joining in, please subscribe and smash that like button. Having a lot of fun building this for you guys on my live IRL. In real life, right? That's what that stands for. In real life. If you haven't done so already, please join the chat. It's live right now. Ask any questions you may have. Okay. Get everything framed in on the camera. Looks like seatbelt stuff. Yeah. Center console. Okay. Start the camera up above. Here's a close-up of those parts. Here's a close-up of Pack 16 parts, and these are the internal structures, as they are called. This is the central bridge support frame, and everything here is made of plastic. Front bulkhead. Center console. Very nice. We have our carpets, not carpets, but like floor mats, as they call them. And some instruments. Seat belts. All right, let's see what we do first. Okay. Dry fit first. Looks good. And what kind of screws do we need? B-type screws again. Say 7, but I'll pull out 6. Now bet we had some bad flooding, because getting that much rain in that short amount of time is really going to cause some flooding. All right. And we're going to assemble the central bridge, as they call it, which is I believe this goes above. It's very, very cool though. So this simply just goes together like that. And we're going to put 2 B screws into it from the other side. There we go. One right there and one right there. And going into plastic here. If you have a hard time getting the screws into plastic, you can take and put a little bit of dishwashing soap on the threads, and that should help it out some. And both screws are installed right there and right there. And that's what that looks like up close. Move on to the next step. Now, where does this go? This goes on top. That. Does this go up here? Let's see here. Where does that go? I can't see that. I have to zoom in on the picture here. Okay, so that is the center console. Okay. So just trying to figure out how everything goes on this. Ah, that. All right. and that goes on top. All right. I'm going to zoom out. All right, I brought over the cockpit floor. We're going to install the bridge support on that. Now the key here is you got two mounting points on the bottom here, and they're going to line up with those points right there. So it's simply just going to go down, just like that. We're going to put in two B-type screws on the back side. Very nice. Yep. Very good. There's that. Go under. Nope. Okay. And does it call for a screw there? Let's see here. Push button panel. Okay, yeah. Doesn't show this screw. I guess it does. I don't know. All right. And both screws are installed here. Next, we're going to take our push button panel, they call it. We're going to insert that on the front here. And that will also get secured here on the back side with another B screw. There we go, and that's secured down. That's how that looks there. Looks good. Oh, okay. Turn it on. Helps if I turn on the camera first. And the B-type screw is installed. That's how that looks. And looks great there. Secured down. And a little closer view of that panel. Looks great. If you're just joining me, this was a live, or it is a live IRL feed start to finish of the LaFerrari from Agora models. I am having a blast building this, and you're going to see what I do when I film my videos. There's a lot involved here with that, and just kind of shows you what I do here with the build. So I'm dry fitting as we go here. Here we go. So we have the bulkhead that goes in next. Next I'm going to put in the bulkhead in the front of the floor, and it's going to line up with these 2 points right here and right there. So take and line everything up where it needs to be. Here we go. And 2 B-type screws will go into the bottom side there. And for once, I need to get another B screw out. Like I said, I do a lot of stuff off camera because the video would be way too long if I did everything on camera. So with this, I'm going to have to get both of them started. Just make sure everything is seated the way it needs to be before you tighten them both down. There we go. That's how that looks. Okay. All right. And both B screws are installed and tight, making sure everything is seated and down. I had to start both screws first and then tighten them down, making sure they're seated the way they need to be. But that's how that looks. That's the front bulkhead. And that completes stage 16. Looks great. And that completes pack 2 for this video. All the other parts will be put away for safekeeping. But that's what that looks like so far. It looks great. I'll be right back. Now what I'll do is I will go ahead and put out all the parts of what I built and film that for my ending of the video. I'll go ahead and just film the extra parts that were left over for later. And here's the leftover parts for stage 16. We'll be using those a little bit later in the build. Okay, so then at this point, I'm going to prep for the last segment of the build video, the conclusion. And like I said, I'm going to put out everything that I built up to this last stage 16. but it's looking good, coming together. Let's see what I can fit in here on the camera. Can I do it like that? No. I'm just trying to line up everything here. It may hold the front of the car up while I film. And maybe I can do that for now. Kind of support it up. Now. The hood. That's not going to work. Okay. So let's put the dash there. Okay. That fills the screen. I'm going to put these parts in a bag. Put away all my stuff for now. And there you go. That completes pack 2. And there you go. That completes pack 2 of the LaFerrari from agoramodels.com. Head over to Agora Models and purchase this kit for yourself. I believe you can subscribe to it or you can purchase it. But I did receive it as a complete kit. And I'm going to be bringing you more packs as we go along. So pack 2 is complete. We worked on a lot of the interior, the passenger seat, and the dashboard and instruments. We worked on the grills up front for the front of the car. We worked on one of the front wheels and tires and one of the hood hinges. So that was great there. Stay tuned for more on this build. If you like my content, please subscribe to my channel and smash that like button. Happy modeling, everybody, and take care. And there you go. That completes the video I just filmed. All 8 stages. And so at this point, I can go ahead and pack things away until I build the next stage. So I want to carefully pack this stuff away so nothing gets scratched up or marred. And move some stuff out of the way there. Bring the box over. And wrap up some stuff. Nose piece. Put both chairs in. That's not going to do nothing to it. The hood piece. And the other parts should be fine. Put those in there. And the dash. Should be good. And I didn't film the valve covers. That's all right. I'm going to leave the valve covers out of the last part. Screws. And just put some of these parts in the bag. Should be good there. Put that in there. And the valve covers. All right. Said I do like these bags. Good to save them. And valve covers. There we go. All set. my box aside with all the parts here. Looks good. And I have a whole bunch of trash I need to take out next here. So I'll take the box, the other box, put all my trash in it, and put it in recycle. Okay, and then this will go out into my recycle. And then next, I'll take my SD card out of my camera, and that's this right here. I use a 128 gigabyte SD card, a Extreme Pro, 170 MBs, and I'll download the files to my computer, and then I'll bring the card back over and I'll format it in the camera. So I always reformat it. This way I never lose any video files whatsoever when I'm filming. I've had great success with that. And this is an old card. I've had it for a while. So let me do that. So I had 64 files, 64 individual video files on that card, 25 gigabytes of space. So all that's going to be edited and made into one video. Hopefully the video will be around 30 to 35 minutes after all my editing. But you can see from start to finish how long I have spent just filming Pack 2 for the LaFerrari. So I'm downloading those files now on my computer. While that's happening, I'm going to run downstairs and put my box into the recycle. That is, if it's dry enough. I'm not going out there if it's still raining. So I'll be right back.
I still have the dog's
Just went outside to see what damage was caused by the rains. I didn't notice any. My neighbors were out looking at their houses to see if they got any leaks, or, you know, we haven't had a rain that strong in a long time. So it's finished downloading on my computer. And go ahead and put the card back in and reformat it. And this way, I've never had a problem losing video files with the reformatting. All right, move these parts into this new studio. Okay. All right. So the card is reformatted. And that is that. So the next thing I need to build is the SAS Jeep. Now, let me cover up my address here. So this is pack 2 of the Agora models SAS Jeep. And it has, I believe, 8 stages here. So we'll look at that. I really need to build this next. So we'll continue on with the IRL here and build these Jeep parts. This is the frame, the Jeep frame. So I'll take this box out. And this is, what stage is this one? Look at it. It just opens from the side. Okay. Stage 9. Okay. I'll put a little number 9 on it. And let me find the file. So like I said, you don't get a magazine or printed instructions with this. You just get the electronic files. And I thought I downloaded them, but I may not have. So I did not download them. So let me do that real quick. Check one more time. Nope. Go to the internet. I'm right there at Agora Models. Come on, baby. Like I said, this is an older iPad. Oh, okay, so these you can't actually download. At least I don't believe you can. Let's see what this does. No. Okay. So we get 8 more stages with Pack 2 for the SAS Jeep. And stage 6 through 13. We're going to build the engine, which is part 3 of the engine build. Part 4 of the engine build is stage 7. Stage 8 is part 5 of the engine build. And then we'll work on the chassis, which is stage 9. Then stage 10, fitting the bumperettes, working on the bumper. Stage 11, building the transmission assembly. Stage 12, fitting the front left leaf spring. And stage 13, fitting the front right leaf spring. Oh, so they do give you the option to download the PDF. So I'm going to go to the PDF. Cancel. Let's see if I can. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, so moving on here. Let me get these arranged on here. These just kind of thrown together for the intro. Get the camera going. So if you're just joining me, you'll know that I built pack 2 for the LaFerrari live here, IRL, on my YouTube channel. Everything is live there. And let me turn some of these cards around, or upside down. Okay. All right, that looks good. Go ahead and fill my intro. Welcome friends to Scale Model Kit Review Studio. Welcome friends to Scale Model Kit Review Studio, and welcome back to another Agora models build. This time it is pack 2 for the SAS Willys Jeep. I'll be completing 8 more stages in this, so we'll be doing stage 6 through 12, I believe, or is it more? Yeah. Let's do that again. Through 13. Okay. Welcome back to Scale Model Kit Review Studio, and welcome back to another Agora models build. This time it is pack 2 of the British SAS Willys Jeep. I'll be assembling 8 more stages, stage 6 through 13, and fantastic build here. If you haven't done so already, head over to agoramodels.com and subscribe to this build today. It's actively available from Agora Models, and you'll be very pleased with this very specialized Jeep used in World War II in the South African, or the North African campaign of the deserts there. So let's go ahead and show you all the parts that came with this pack. And they are kind of just thrown along here. I'll remove them as I go. So stage 11 is working on the engine. Those are the parts there, but I do see a bell housing for the transmission. Stage 7, again, more parts for the engine. So it looks like we have the alternator here, filters, and we do have the, looks like the steering column. And stage 8, more parts for the engine. We have the fan, exhaust pipe, some pulleys, and stage 9 is the chassis, and that's this box right here, and I will show you that as we go along in the video. Stage 10 are the bumperettes. It looks like the straps for the jerry cans. Stage 11 looks like more frame parts, parts for the chassis itself. Stage 12, we have the springs. And stage 13, more springs All right, let's get started on stage 6. Okay, so I'm going to need to grab my parts for this build, so let me go get those. They're in the studio, the new studio. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. So these parts I put inside this box here for storage, and I know for a fact we'll need at least the engine out of there. There's the completed engine. It looks great. And we have the hood, front grille, and one of the tires. I don't think we're going to use those right now though. So I just put the engine over here out of the way. And let me get my and I have my manual for the Willys Jeep that I built previously, and it does a good job at telling you the nomenclature of the parts. So I like to use it as a reference to give you guys that information. Okay. All right. All right, so parts pack number 6 for the SAS Jeep. Here's the parts for the SA. Here's parts pack number 6. All right, here's parts pack number 6, and this is building the engine part 3. Here's all the parts inside. I'll go ahead and take these out. We'll get a closer look. So again, I do a lot of stuff off camera. If no one wants to see all that. give you the meat. And remember, with all my build videos, you can I put timestamps for all the stages down in the descriptions down below. So you can always go to that timestamp for that specific building stage and find what you're looking for. So we have a lot of little tiny components here for the engine, and I'll point out what they all are as we go along. And the screws. So we have AP and DM screws. We have the gearbox. We have the starter, this right there. We have the oil pump, which is this right here. Fuel pump, fuel tubes. We have carburetor support, carburetor body and ring. There you go. The gearbox is the only item that is made of metal. Okay. So I like to use these instructions as reference, but I'm just going to follow what Agora does with theirs. Okay. And just make sure everything is ready to go. All right. Zoom in on these parts because they are very small. Screw ready. It'll be an AP screw. Everybody's still on here. If you haven't done so already, head over to the chat. Have a live chat going on. You can post your questions or comments there. And so for this, I'll be using once again my Wera screwdrivers, the PH0 and the PH1. All right. And the first thing I'll be doing is building the carburetor body with this. So a little bit of an assembly here going on. There's a little flange that goes up above on top, just like that. And then we'll go ahead and take and mount this down on the base of the carburetor. You can see there's a alignment pin and a hole where the screw will go into. So we're going to put an AP screw into this on the bottom side here. And that just goes in there, holds all that together. And that's what that looks like there. Okay. Next goes the carburetor regulator. And it looks like a regulator that I'm used to seeing on other carburetors. Looks great. Go ahead and just press fits in place here. Just like that. And that's what that looks like. And we'll go ahead and mount that to the engine next. So bring over the engine, and on top of the intake manifold, we'll mount this carburetor. So it's basically going to go down. So it's basically going to go down just like that, with the connectors outward just like that. And we're going to put 2 AP screws to hold that in place. And I like to get them both started first before I tighten them down. Now with this, you want to be careful that you don't over tighten it, because you could split the carburetor mount and you can strip everything out. So this is where you want to be a little careful when you're screwing these down. Okay, so I got both AP screws installed loosely, and you don't want to over tighten them, just till they're snug so you don't split the plastic. And that's good there. And that's what that looks like. Okay, so we'll work on 7E, fuel pump and bracket. And next, we'll assemble the fuel pump assembly, and that's going to go on like that. And just like that. So we want to have this part here that's sticking out on that side of the bracket. That looks good, actually. Okay, so just like that. And they are showing it a little different once it's mounted. So I'm going to loosen this up a little bit and turn it like that. That's how they show it mounted. Okay. Bring over the engine, and I turned it so that line is sticking that way, and then we have an alignment pin that goes into. You can see that on the back side. Put that pin in, and then we'll put another AP screw into that. The DM screw. Okay, so we'll take the fuel pump. You can see how it's positioned on there. We have an alignment pin. We'll put that on there. And then we're going to take a DM screw, which is made from metal, and put a DM screw into that. Okay, so your screws are configured for this DM or AP. So the M means metal and the AP means plastic. So these screws are specific to what they're used for. So once again, I'm going to use a little bit of 3-in-1 oil to help me out with this. And line it up. There we go. A little fiddly with the magnetized screwdriver there. And the DM screw is installed and tight. Used a little bit of 3-in-1 oil to help it along. That's how that looks. Next, I'm going to install the oil pump. So the next part here, that's what this is right here. That's your oil pump, and that's going to go up against the engine, just like that. Thank you, Mike, for the super chat of $5. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That's awesome. You're my first super chat. And that really helps me out with my channel. Thank you so much, Mike. And a DM screw will go into that also. Yeah, I am a beast of a streamer, huh? I'm on my second model to build here. I'm so far behind. I need to get this done. And because the other parts for the Jeep are on their way. Little 3-in-1 oil. Oops. Support it with my hand so I don't break nothing, and just screw it in. Okay. There we go. Now it's nice and tight. Don't want to over tighten it because you could split the plastic on that fuel pump. So just be very careful with that. Or the oil, I'm sorry, that's the oil pump. Okay. Next we'll install the starter on the bell housing. And here's our bell housing, and the starter goes on next, just like that. And again, we'll be using AP screw because it's plastic. Yes, it was very good. Thank you, Mike. I'm glad you were my first super chat, and you was very gentle. Thank you. That's funny. So put the screw in from the one side for this starter. And that's tight. That's how that looks there. And let's see here. Keep wanting to revert to those instructions, but I'm not really following those. I'm following what is available by Agora models on their site, which is fine. And it's going to line up like that with the starter located on the right-hand side of the engine. And we're going to put our screws in from the front. Here we go. Kind of snaps in place. So these again will be DM screws, 2 of them. Okay, so I test fitted that. I need to turn on my camera and show that. All right. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna, all right, we'll fit the bell housing to the engine. We want the starter on the right-hand side, and it's simply just gonna snap in place on the back end, just like that. We're gonna put 2 DM screws in, one on each side. Hi, Gilbert. How's it going? Just doing a live IRL. Built the LaFerrari first, and now I'm working on the British SAS Jeep. I'm so far behind on these because I was sick. So trying to make up some time, but I'm actually filming the video while I'm doing the live stream. So I have a camera above me. Filming. Yeah, I've been wanting to do, Gil, I've been wanting to do live videos for a while. Obviously I want to do them in my new studio when that's ready. I still got to run all the cabling and all my equipment. I'm ready. I'm about ready to do that, but I need to get caught up on some of these videos first. And we had a huge storm hit us earlier. A lot of rain and some hail. I haven't seen that much rain in a long time while I was filming. Okay, so start the camera above. All right, so the bell housing is installed with the 2 DM screws, and they are tight, one on each side. Now, I should be doing the fuel lines here in a little bit. Yep. So the fuel lines are in centimeters, measured in centimeters. So the line comes as one piece. Yeah, I haven't been outside much myself, just to go pick up the dog poop, and I haven't been doing a whole lot outside. You got some rain in Chicago there too, Gil? Yeah. It's crazy. It's definitely winter. I was surprised to see the hail here. The hail actually accumulated. It looked like we had snow on the ground. So with this kit, they just give you the single fuel line, and we need to cut it into 2 pieces. We need a 7.5 centimeter or a 5 centimeter. Now, what I've done in the past is I've cut them long enough to where they look like they're the right fit for where it's going to. Okay, and so you don't want them too long, right? You want them to look like they're made for that area. So I don't care much about the length. I'm going to measure visually, and then I'll tell you what the length is. Okay. So we're going to be installing 2 lines, one shorter than the other. One gets mounted on the side of the engine block and runs over to this connector on the bottom side of the fuel pump, or bottom side of the carburetor, and then the fuel pump line runs up to the top. So you don't want those too long. So you put one in here and run it up to there, so it doesn't look like it needs to be too long there. So I'll cut it. And then the other one goes from the fuel pump and we have extra. Okay. All right, so I'll go ahead and measure these and tell you what I got for lengths before I install them. I'm going to measure them in millimeter. So the shorter one should be around 3 millimeter, but I went a little bit longer than 3 millimeter. They tell you 3 millimeter for the one and 4 millimeter for the other on the other instructions I have. So I probably can do that. Let me see here. Okay. And run that to the bottom there. Yeah, I can cut it down to 3. Actually, 3 seems to be a little short. So I went so what I visually did is .3 millimeters, and then the longer one, that was a shorter one, and the longer one keep that down there. .94 or 69.4 for the longer one. All right. I probably should super glue these in place. Yeah, I will. So I'm going to super glue these in place. A little bit of glue there and a little bit of glue there. Okay, so I'm using Loctite gel control glue. And I'll put the shorter one on the side of the engine. And the top one. onto that fitting. So there you go there. And a little close-up view of the shorter hose. And now the longer one. Little super glue on that and run that hose over to the top. Now that one I can shorten. I'm going to shorten it. Yeah. There we go. And mount it there. There we go. And that should be good there. All right, so I didn't want those fuel lines. Let me start over. I didn't want those fuel lines to stick up too high. So it's just kind of a visual measurement on your own, and that's how it will look. And that completes stage 6. Looks great. Let's get started on stage 7. Okay, so that I'll prep here for the next stage, and super cool to have everybody watching. Even if you're not actively watching, you can have it turned on in the background and just listen while you do your thing, while you do your building or painting or whatever. Please smash the like. And what I'll typically do after I'm done with this, then I'll put all the screws away. Save the screws because you could use them later on. But really I haven't done that. They give you plenty of screws, and that never really is a case. But maybe once I had to retrieve a screw that I saved because there weren't that many included with that stage. That's only happened once with all the builds I've done. So like I said, I am following the instructions online. Agora Models has them there. So the next parts, once again, are going to be continuing with the engine, building the engine part 4. Okay, so we'll be getting the oil filter pipe, a couple of supports, oil filter body and cap, the alternator body, alternator cap, pulley, and some screws. The Agora Models instructions don't give you the nomenclature of the parts. They're really good at giving you part numbering, like 7A, 7D, or the screw parts, but they don't really tell you what the parts are. So we'll continue here. Let me move the engine out of the way and bring over the next parts. right, so like I said, when the video does go up on my channel, you can click to the chapters or the stages by the timestamps I'll put down below in the description. So these next parts, once again, are the engine parts. So let's move on with that. And here's the parts for stage 7, which are the engine parts, engine build part 4. Let's get a closer look at these parts. This really cool build because they give you very detailed, a lot of details here with these parts. All right, here's a close-up of the parts. We have AM, BP, and DM screws. We also get all the parts here, like I was saying earlier. Oil filling pipe, the oil cap, a couple of supports, a tube, oil filter body, filter cap, connection, alternator body, and alternator cap and pulley. So I'll identify those as we go along in the video. Now the wind is really kicking up outside. All right. So they don't give you the length of the tubing in the other instructions. They do here. Okay, looks like we received some oil tubing, so oil hoses, and this is the tubing for the oil hoses, and it has to be cut into 2 parts, a real short piece and a longer piece. I'm going to cut this a little bit later so I can do a visual measurement so they're not too long. So I'm going to hold off on that. That's the first step. They want you to cut it, one of them at 9 centimeter and the other one at 2.5 centimeter. But I like to visually do it instead. So we'll move on to the next step. Next we'll install the oil tube where you service the oil on the engine, and it has a cap, and that's just going to be a press to fit. There we go. And that's what that looks like there. Very bright orange there. Very nice. Very tiny. I know it's hard for you guys to see, but my camera from above is giving you close-ups. So they want you to install the shorter hose on this to 2.5 centimeter hose. I'm going to leave that off for now. And I'm going to go ahead and install this to the engine. Bring over the engine, and it's going to get installed where the distributor is, the side where the distributor is. We have an alignment pin on the bottom there. You can see that, and it's going to simply just going to line up on the bottom. And we're going to put a screw on top, a DM screw on top. Okay, so I'm just going to grab a screw out of the other bag, the other DM screw we had left over, and use that. Just a tiny bit of oil. Okay. And the DM screw is installed. It's right there. And we'll go ahead and hook up our hose next. See where that goes to. Okay, so we don't hook up the hose next, so I'm just going to hold off on that. I'll cut that out of the video. Next thing we're doing, we'll work on the alternator. Next, I'm going to assemble the alternator. We're going to put this cap on. It's just a pressure fit. Okay, just like that. That's how that looks. And we'll put our pulley on the front of that. And we'll put a BP screw on that to hold it in place. Now, you want it to look like a pulley, right? So that's the way you need to turn it over. So it looks like a pulley just like that. Put my screw in. All right, the BP screw is installed right there. Now we're going to go ahead and mount this to the engine. Bring over the engine. And it's going to mount onto those two holes right there. One is for the alignment pin, the other one is for the screw. So that's going to go in just like that. We'll put our screw into that. That's going to be a DM screw for that. So this engine is exactly the same as the other Willys Jeep I built. And like I was saying, you want to be careful you don't over tighten these screws going into metal, because the part you're screwing down is plastic and you could split the plastic. So you want to be careful with that. Which is what I experienced when I built the first Willys Jeep. I experienced it once. I learned my lesson once and that was it. It's like, nope, don't over tighten them. Just until they're snug. There we go. And you can see on the side where it's flush, the part is. Looks good. Alright, I installed the DM screw to hold the alternator in place. Don't over tighten that screw, as you could actually split the plastic on the part. So just do it till it's snug. Make sure it's flush mounted against the block, the engine block, and it looks good. We'll move on to the next step. Next I'll assemble the oil filter and cap, and that once again is just a press fit. That's how that looks. And we'll assemble some of the connectors onto this. Now, these connectors would be just the one connector, I believe. It's on a sprue. Okay, it's on a tree already. So don't take it off the tree. Go ahead and put it in place and then cut it off so you don't lose it. So that's going to get mounted right there on that hole on the outside. And it's just a press fit. Okay. Very tight. Okay. And it took off. Where did it go? I don't know. That's not good. Oh gosh. Now I gotta try to find it, because I didn't hear where it went. That's not good. All right, guys. Let me get my flashlight and look around here. Not going to spend too long looking for it. I may have the other spare part. All right, I found it. Good. All right. So it's a little tight going in, so I think I'm gonna make the hole a little larger and I'll super glue it in place. So I just take an X-Acto blade here and make the hole a little larger. And then I'm going to take some glue. Actually, I'm not even going to use super glue. I'm going to use regular glue. And press fit that in place. So I actually found it. It was underneath my seat, under my chair. Okay, good. There it is. A little closer view of that. There you go. All right. So I was lucky there. I found the part. Now I'm going to install the mount bracket for this, and it's going to line up like that. Okay, there's 4 tabs that it lines up to, and we'll put a screw in to hold it all in place. So that's a BP screw. There we go. That looks good there. Just snug. That's how that bracket looks. So remember, this is our oil filter. Now they want me to install a line on that, but I'm going to hold off because I want to measure it. So next is this bracket, and it looks like a press fit for that. Okay. So, all right. Okay. All right, so this bracket gets mounted down on top of the engine block. All right, so this bracket here gets mounted down on top of the engine block. I'll go ahead and do that. Then I'll install the oil filter on top of that. So we're going to need 3 AM screws to do that. Try to get everything lined up the way it needs to be. Let me get the thread started first. Okay. Okay, so we need to put, for that bracket, it takes, all right, so for that bracket, all right, so to install that bracket, you need to put in 2 AM screws, and I found that it's easier to get the thread started first before you mount the bracket on there. So you can see that I got the thread started here, and the thread started on that hole. Now I can go ahead and mount the bracket. All right, so that was easier. I'll tighten them down, or I'll leave them a little loose. Okay. Okay, so I have the bracket mounted now, right there. I left the screws loose a little bit, so the bracket's loose. Now I'll take the oil filter and mount that to the bracket. And we're going to put another AM screw on top there, right there. And I'll start the screw on that first. Get the thread started, take it out. Now I can mount it. There we go. And now I can tighten down all three. There we go. Okay. There's the oil filter installed. Looks good. So it's a little bit fiddly with all this, and I want to see where my oil lines run to. Okay. That goes there. So I'm going to measure where the oil lines run all the way over to there. Do they run on top? Yep. So it looks like about that long. Go ahead and measure the line. So my oil line running from the filter to the engine block is 81.3 millimeter. And I'm going to go ahead and put super glue on those fittings. Okay, so that's super glued there. Now where did the oil filler go to? Does not show. I think that's just a run over. Let's see here. That doesn't show anything. Yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. All right, so I'm just going to mount the whole line to that because I think it hooks up to something. I don't know how long it needs to be, so I'm just going to put the whole line on it, on the oil filler. So if I remember right, this goes to the carburetor filter intake, and it's a real short line, so I'll be cutting that off. All right, now let me film that. All right, so I went ahead and installed my oil lines. First was the oil filter. So that got plugged in right there. I used some super glue. I wrapped it around and it went to the side of the engine block right there. Next was the oil filler tube. You have the line coming off of it, and that's supposed to be a real short line. I think it runs to the carburetor filter input, and so I went ahead and just glued the rest of that line on there, and I'll cut it later. But that's how that looks. Oh, okay. So I didn't run that right. I'll have to film that again. So this needs to come off. Hopefully it hasn't dried. Yeah, it dried. Okay. All right, so I make mistakes. So I need to get rid of that line on that connector. Go. Clean it up a little bit here. Okay, I didn't route it right. Alright, so I'm going to take and cut off the end a little bit. I got room to do it. Good. Now this needs to be routed through this bracket. There we go. And then around and onto the engine block. Okay, good. All right, so I'll have to refilm that. That's corrected. Yeah. Now, as far as my oil lines go too, I went ahead and hooked up the oil line for the oil filter. Off that connector we glued on, so it got connected right there. Ran through this bracket along the side and mounted to the side of the engine. And I used super glue for that. Okay. And next was the oil filter tube. Has like a drain tube, and it's real short. I believe that tube hooks up to the carburetor filter inlet, and it's a short tube, but I went ahead and glued the whole thing on there so I can cut it later. All right. And there you go. That completes stage 7. Did a lot here to the engine. It's looking good. Let's head over and get started on stage 8. Okay. Making progress. We have, I think this is the last stage for the engine itself, detailing out the engine. Stage 8, which is part 5 of the engine build. Let's see here. Yeah, then we go to the chassis next. So that should be cool. All right. Put that aside. Some water. You guys, everybody still with me? Marathon build today. Live stream. If you're just joining me, I started off the stream live building the Agora models La Ferrari Pack 2. I completed that. I did 8 stages. Now I'm working on Pack 2 of the British SAS Willys Jeep, And I am on the third stage here. This is stage 8 that I'm working on. Here's the parts for stage 8. And it looks like we received the engine front cover, the crankshaft pulley, water pump, fan, belt, and exhaust pipe. Let's get a closer look at the parts. You can hear that. The front engine cover is metal. The rest is plastic. Zoom in here. Here's a close-up of those parts. We have DP and DM screws, the front engine cover, which is made of metal, the fan, water pump, exhaust pipe, belt, and pulleys. Okay, so we're going to be getting the pulleys going. All right. We have Gilbert Mondragon in the chat, and like I said earlier in the beginning, I mentioned shout out to Gilbert Mondragon and Jerry Frade for their live paint ups and builds on their channels. You can go to their live tabs and see what they've done. They did a fantastic paint up of the London After Midnight figure, or the bust itself. It turned out really nice, so head over there and check out what they did, what they actually did with that. It turned out really good. Okay, so we're going to work on the pulley here first. And get everything aligned, get the parts I need before I start filming these two. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to zoom in a little closer with my camera from above. All right, we're going to go ahead and work on the pulley, the crankshaft pulley. And this one right here is the flat one with 2 tabs. That's going to go right down on that shaft. And then above it, I'm going to press fit the other one on that. And line them up first. Good. So it looks like they only go on one way. So if it doesn't want to go together, then turn it over, turn it around 180 to get it to fit. Now we can do that there. And a DM screw goes into that. bit of oil. It's all lined up. And the DM screw is installed. It's tight. That's how that looks. Now we're going to go ahead and mount the water pump to the front of the engine. Bring that over. And we have alignment here. That looks like that. I think that interesting. And install that just like that. There's an alignment pin that goes into, and we're going to put a DM screw in it right there. Line that up. And that DM screw is installed. Looks good. Next, we're going to go ahead and assemble the pulley, and that's going to mount to that. And that's this right here. And like that, and then like that. There we go. That's how that went together. Stacked down on top of each other. And put our pulley on that, onto the shaft, just like that. And you can see that. Next we'll put our fan on that, and that will line up the two holes for that. Just like that. If I don't knock it off, I had it on there. That's good there. And a DP screw will go into that. Put that screw in. That's tight. That's good there. DP screw is in. Looking good. They want me to install the exhaust pipe next, but since I'm going to go ahead and install that after I install the front of the engine. So I'm going to go out of sequence here a little bit. Okay, so the front of the engine, there's an alignment pin that goes into that hole. We'll put that in. Just like that. And there we go. Make sure it snaps in. And a DM screw will go into that. And this time they did not give us an extra screw. A little bit of 3-in-1 oil. And we'll screw that down. And that's nice and tight. That looks good. Go ahead and put my exhaust on next. And that's just a pressure fit. I think I want to use little pliers to help it along. There we go. Good, good. There we go. So they are in. It probably would not hurt to throw some glue on that. Maybe later. There's not much movement there. I think it wouldn't hurt to put the glue onto that connector right there. So just a little bit of glue on there. A little extra thin, won't hurt. There we go. Looks good. And I think the last thing we have to do is put on the belt. And so we'll put the belt around the fan first. And around the alternator and to the crankshaft. Okay, so twisted. I'm trying to make it so it's not twisted. Good, not twisted. All right. All right, so the fan belt is installed. I made sure it wasn't twisted in any way. So I installed it around the fan. Then I ran it down to the crankshaft and then over to the generator. There you go. That completes stage 8. Pretty much done with the engine for now. There will be some other minor stuff we'll install later, but that's what that looks like. Looks great. Let's head over and get started on stage 9, which is the chassis. And there you go. That completes stage 8. Looks great. We did a lot here. Looks fantastic. Let's go over and get started on stage 9, which is the chassis. Okay. You're very welcome, Gil. Like I said, if you're new to my channel, please subscribe and smash that like button. I recommended that you head over to the Styrene Syndicate and click on his YouTube channel. Go to the live tab to watch paint-ups. The recent one they did was for Halloween. It was the London After Midnight Bust. Gilbert Mondragon, Jerry Frade painted that up. Beautiful work there. You can go over to Just Paint It channel and go to that live tab also, and you can view the videos there. All right, so let me get the chassis out. This is going to be the beginning of the fun part, which is installing all the components on the chassis. Okay. Next, I'll work on the chassis for stage 9. So it was nicely protected in this box. We'll go ahead and pull it out. View of it protected in the bubble wrap or the blister pack here. Take the cover off. And of course the little identifier saying this is stage 9, and pull the chassis out. Nicely painted in that North African sand yellow that the British used on their vehicles. And very nice here. Very cool. and we don't actually do anything in this stage. We just receive the part. So let's go ahead and head over to stage 10 and get started there. All right, so I'm going to put the engine aside out of the way. All right, stage 10 parts. Did I lose my live? Did I lose the chat? I don't see my chat anymore. There we go. Weird. Okay, so I'm still on. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, I am back. Let's see if I can give you just a little closer view there. Should be good. All right. So we'll be working on stage 10, which is fitting the bumperettes. All right. And these bumperettes go on the back end of the Jeep. And it looks like we also receive straps for the jerry cans. But we're not actually going to do anything with those. Okay. Here's the parts for stage 10. We're going to install these bumperettes, which go on the back end of the chassis, and we receive some straps for the jerry cans. Let's get a closer look. Here's a close-up of those parts. Here's the bumperettes, and they get mounted on the back end of the chassis, 2 of them. We have some DM screws that are also painted in the sand yellow, and the straps for the jerry cans. They look very good. I'm going to put these back in because we're not going to use them yet. Keep them in safekeeping. All right. So this is easy here. So with these bumperettes, you want to make sure you position them in the right direction. So you want to have that edge that sticks up facing upwards towards the top, okay, for both of them. DM screws will go into that from the other side. And of course, I'll do that off camera. Just need 4 of these screws. I use the bench to kind of help me along here. Put a little oil on the screw. Easy enough. Easy peasy. Do the next 2. Both bumperettes were installed. Use the DM screws on the back side here on each side. That's how that looks. So that completes stage 10. And I'll go ahead and take and put the straps away for safekeeping. And we'll continue on with building the transmission assembly for stage 11. All right, making some progress. We got 3 more stages to do, 11, 12, and 13. So here's all those parts for 11. Okay. And here's the parts for stage 11. These contain the machine gun mount plate, the gearbox support, casing A and casing B, transmission shaft cap, parking brake drum cover, parking brake drum, and oil plug, plus the screws. And get these all framed in on the camera, a little closer view. There we go. CP, DM, and FM screws, and all the parts I described earlier. I'll tell you what they are as I install them onto the chassis. Here they are. Everything here is made of plastic. This is not, this is metal, but the rest are all plastic here. Okay. All right, so we're going to put the machine gun mount on first. That's that. Get a couple CP screws out for that. First thing I'm going to do is install the engine mount, and that simply just goes down right there on the cross member of the chassis. I'm going to put 2 CP screws in on this from the bottom. And both CP screws are installed, and that's what it looks like from that side. Now we'll go ahead and install the gearbox support. That's that metal part. Okay. So that goes down upside down, but it just depends on what direction this goes. All right. Yeah. All right, so our transmission mount is going to go onto this cross member. We want this part with the tab to face in the direction of the machine gun mount, just like that. And we're going to put a screw in from the other side. It should be an FM screw. All right, that transmission mount has been installed with the FM screw, and that's what that looks like. All right, next. So I'm test fitting everything here. And that looks about right. Line up. Okay. Put our 2 CP screws into that. All right. All right. All right, we're going to go ahead and assemble our gearbox casings. Now we want to make sure that these flanges, the caps, are installed correctly. You want to have this one kind of lined up with the casting there, and the top one will line up with the top half. And then you want to have the flat edge facing down, and these get inserted in square notches there. Okay, and then we'll put the other half on. Just like that. That's how that looks. See how that kind of lines up there? Then we'll put our 2 CP screws into this to hold everything together. That's good there. That's how that looks. How everything lines up. Next we'll assemble the parking brake drum and cap, and that's what that looks like. And we'll put that together. And again, 2 CP screws go into that. That looks good there. And there we go. That is the parking brake drum. And we're going to install that onto our gearbox. And that's simply just going to go down on this. And once again, another CP screw goes into that. And there's a little play there, which is good. All right. Looks great. Next we have this oil plug. Next I have this oil plug, and it's going to get inserted into that hole right there. So I need to cut it off. And it's going to be a press fit. There we go. Snapped in place, and that's how that looks. Now mount this to our transmission mount. Bring that over. Just like that. And this is going to mount like that. Okay, so we have this tab there. We're going to put a DM screw into that. Getting there. So the next two stages will be the springs, suspension springs. A little bit of oil. And the screw is tight. The DM screw is tight. Turn it over, and that's how it looks. And there you go. That completes stage 11. Looking good. Let's head over and get started on stage 12. All right, we're going to be working on the front leaf springs. So that's going to be up front here. This can be a little fiddly, but it's not too bad. Here's the parts for stage 12. We'll be working on the front left leaf spring. Let's get a closer look. So of course it's going to be the same for the other side. There might be a minor difference, if I remember right, between the two sides. But these are great parts here. It's a little fiddly getting everything to line up, but it's worth it because these are pretty much functional a little bit. They're not functional like real ones. You wouldn't want to put too much pressure on this stuff. It could probably break. Okay, so here's the CM screws, and here's our leaf spring. Very nice. And some of the hangers, mounting shackles, and such. I'm going to work on the left side first here, and this hanger is going to mount down just like that with the openings towards the front of the bumper. 2 CM screws will hold that in place. And got to cut the bag. Put a little oil on those screws. Get them both started first. All right. And that leaf spring hanger is installed and tight. Looks good. I'll go ahead and do the back one next. That's this right here. It's going to mount down on top. Again, 2 more CM screws. Let's see here. All right, so there's an important note here with this one, installing these hangers on the back hangers, so it's flush on the outside and overhangs on the inside of this bracket. Okay, so when installing this hanger, you want it to be flush on the outside of the frame, and you want it to hang over on the inner side of the frame. You can kind of see that. All right. Now I need to test fit this. That goes there. And bigger one goes there. Okay. All right. Next, next I'm going to install the leaf spring C hinge, and you'll note that one side is longer than the other, so you want the long one on the bottom. So that goes through both holes, just like that. And then later on, you're going to install your leaf spring. The side with the larger hole is going to insert onto the top there a little bit later. And I'm test fitting here to make sure I tell you the right way. Okay. Now it's all right, so now a CM screw will hold that in, but first we want to have our hanger here oriented like that, where it's kind of going inward. And we'll tighten that down. Okay, and you want it to be loose, but you can see how that is configured there. Okay, so now we'll take our leaf spring, the larger end, that will go on that. and our hanger for that will match up to it. Yeah, CM screw goes into that. Line that up. There we go. And just leave it loose a little bit. That's good. We'll leave that loose, and that's how that looks. And then we'll mount the back end. So our spring went down on the back hanger, and it's going to get mounted just like that. However, this one here, this bracket here is going to go over the top, and it's going to face inward. Oh, looks like both are outward. Oh, outward, yep. Okay. So it's going to face outward, both sides, by what I see in the illustration. And we'll screw that in. Same thing on the outside. We want it to be outward like that. Put that screw in. And get that screw started on the outside. There we go. They are both installed. There we go. Both of them are installed. That's how that should look. And the left leaf spring is installed. That completes stage 12. Let's head over to stage 13. All right, this is I'm not gonna, so what I do with this, it's basically the same thing on the other side. We're gonna be doing the right hand leaf spring up front. So I'm just gonna show the parts and explain on the video that I'm gonna go ahead and install everything just like I did with the previous video. Okay, now there is a minor change because on the other side there's only one hanger, but I'll point that out. But everything else is going to be the same. All right, so let's get started. And here we are, the final stage for Pack 2, Stage 13. And this is the right-hand leaf spring. Let's get a closer look. There's supposed to be 2 hangers. Let's see. See how many parts we got here. Nope, just the one. Okay. Closer view. Get these in there. CM and GM screws, and here's the right leaf spring, very nice, and the hangers and brackets for that. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and assemble everything and show you what I did, because we actually did the same thing on the other side. There's some minor differences because we only have one of these brackets compared to the other side. We actually had 3 of them, but the ones on the back, obviously we won't be installing those. That's a little bit different. They don't have brackets for the back hanger. Okay, I'll be right back. So I'll assemble everything off camera, then I'll show you that. Yeah, it's going to be a big Jeep when it's done. Definitely, Gil. I think it's one of the biggest Jeep models out there. There's a few remote controls that are about this size, but definitely the biggest out there produced. And then the back bracket needs to be the same, flush on the outside and hangs over on the inside. I got a better chair in my new studio. This chair is killing me. Ooh. So there's some stuff missing here in the instructions. There's no pictures. So let's look at the other side. I think those are GM screws. They're in the back. Okay. Don't use those GM screws anywhere. 2 GMs. So I'm looking to see where the GM screws are used. Just one. Okay. All right. Okay. So the front hanger is just like the other front hanger. And put the longer bigger opening up front and another CM screw. So there. The only difference here is there's no brackets for the back end, and we're actually going to use a longer screw to hold that in place, a GM screw. Whereas we used 2 CMs and it kind of locked it in place with those two. But okay, so that's good there. All right, so I'll go ahead and show that because that's a little different. Okay, so the front hanger is the same as the front hanger on the left side. So I used the 2 CM screws, paid attention to the bracket, just like I did before. And now we're going to go ahead and install the back end, but we don't have any brackets that go on that. So we're going to use one of these real long GM screws for that, for the back end. And get that started. It needs to thread through, it looks like. So we'll thread it through. Do that. Thread it all the way through, make sure it's okay, and then back it out and insert it. Longer GM screw there. thread it all the way through. It should thread through to the other side. And lock in. There we go. And it did. See it on the other side there. That's good. And that's the spring on the right side. All right. So that is going to be it for pack 2 of the SAS Jeep. And I'll do my outros here for the video. That completes, and there you go, that completes pack 13. We installed the right hand front spring, leaf spring, and that's how that looks. Looks great. I'll be right back. Now I need to bring over the engine and do a conclusion video, and I will be done with 2 of them. Got 2 of them done this afternoon, so that makes me feel good. A lot involved here. And zoom in just a little more on that. All right. I'll do that like that. And there you have it. That completes pack 2 for the British SAS Willys Jeep. Remember, you can only find this at Agora Models. I'll put a direct link down below in the description. But it's actively available as a subscription, so subscribe to it today. It's a fantastic Jeep. We did a lot here on the chassis. It's looking good. And of course, we pretty much completed the engine here, so that looks great. Okay, so stay tuned for pack 3. I know it is on its way in the mail, and when I get it, I'll build that up. Thank you all who subscribe to my channel and smash that like button. Until the next pack, happy modeling and take care. There we go. There's my conclusion outro filmed. So I completed 2 packs today. The pack 2 for the LaFerrari by Agora Models, and pack 2 for the Willys Jeep, SAS Jeep, and one of them should premiere tomorrow or the next day, and then the next one will premiere the next day. So I have to do some editing still. So I still have hours involved in getting these videos out. So it's not as simple as you think it is to produce these, but it's a lot of fun. And I'm going to go ahead and take the memory card out of my camera. There we go. I'm going to transfer my files over to my computer. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it there. Thank you all who are watching and have subscribed to my channel. And thanks for hitting the like button. It helps get it out there. Thank you all. Mike, thank you for the super chat of $5. That's great. That's my first one. And I hope to bring more IRLs and more live feeds to you all as we go along. So with that, I'm going to end the feed now, the live feed, just in time because you guys can go ahead and head over to squadron.com and watch their live show tonight. I love watching that. They're very informative. They show you a lot of great things there. So head over to squadron.com tonight and watch their YouTube channel. With that, I'll let you guys go. So happy modeling until the next IRL, which will be soon. I'll do another one. Should be fun. Take care, everybody. Have a great Wednesday evening. Take care, Gil and Mike and everybody else.